Hello, hello. We are back with some more Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Today we're trying out something interesting that I found. So I was going through adjusting all of the deck lists that I've been using to try and see like which deck I wanted to play. It was kind of like some of them were a little bit outdated. So I was taking a look at what people were playing now, and then I discovered something interesting. As you may know, we've been having to go second a whole lot, which I'm just waiting for us not to have to keep going second so much. But if it does happen, I've found an interesting deck here. So, we're going to start in the World Championship qualifier, get the rest of our gems here, and that'll give us a chance to test out the deck. It should be a little bit easier than ranked, probably. And then we'll see how we like it. I think there's some changes that I will probably want to make to the deck, but I do like to give the deck a chance with the same stuff that it was presented as, and see if maybe some of their ideas that I don't agree with actually turn out to be really good. So anyways, let's get started here, and then we'll introduce this interesting deck. I haven't seen anyone else who made a deck list like this, so yo, what's going on? And welcome back to some more Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. And today we are going to be finishing up the World Championship qualifier, getting the rest of the gems that we still want. But as you may know, I have been struggling a lot, specifically in ranked, and I've been having to go second a whole lot. So today, before the stream and last night, I was looking at deck lists and adjusting a lot of the deck lists that we've been playing. So I looked at like the Cool Tune list, which we haven't played, but I was considering maybe playing it. I looked at Draco Tail lists, Draco Tail branded, and I looked at some Elf Note lists. And while doing that, I kind of like updated the lists, brought them up to what people are using now compared to what they might have been using a few weeks or a few months ago. And I discovered something interesting, which I haven't seen anyone else do before, and I really liked it, and it should be pretty good going second. So this is an Elf Note going second list as far as I could tell. Now the only issue here is the deck list was just a deck list, right? It didn't really come with any comments or advice on how to play the list. So everything is going to be like what I can discern from just looking at the deck list, and no advice given as to how to actually play it. So what we're doing is we got an Elf Note list with a bunch of going second cards, and we're running Hop Ear Squadron. Now, if you don't know Hop Ear Squadron, I haven't actually ever used it before, but it's a nice little card that lets you synchro on your opponent's turn. So during your opponent's main phase, you could target one face-up monster you control, special summon this card from your hand, and if you do, immediately after this effect resolves, synchro summon one monster using only this card you control and that target. So, how do we actually use that going second? Well, we need monsters that summon onto our field during our opponent's turn, right? So obviously the classic examples of this are the Bystials. As long as they have a light or a dark in the graveyard and a monster on the field, then we can summon a Bystial. But we also have some other stuff. Like, I knew about the Bystials being something that you could use with Hop Ear Squadron, but I didn't think about Psy-frames before. So we have a Gamma and we have a Delta. Gamma obviously to negate monster effects, and Delta to negate spell cards, and that's going to summon Driver alongside it, right? But what I hadn't considered is if you have this in hand and you negate something and summon Driver, then you can summon Hop Ear Squadron and synchro with the Driver, right? So that's a really interesting idea. And then, even on top of that, like, that gives us 5 cards already that we can summon on our opponent's turn. But we also have Regina, right? Regina is another thing that summons on your opponent's turn, and Hop Ear Squadron can be used with her to make a synchro. And not only that, but if you can make a synchro on your opponent's turn, then Regina's coming back to your hand. So you can use it again on your turn. So that gives us a total of 8 cards that we can summon onto our field during our opponent's turn if they're going first, which is quite a few. So there are some things with this list that I just decided to copy the list exactly. I like to give, when I discover a new list that I maybe don't know exactly how it works, I like to build it one for one and see how I like it. But there are some things that maybe I don't like and we could consider changing in the future. I don't see why they're not playing 3 Hop Ear Squadron. I feel like the deck is almost like based around this card, right? Why would we not be playing 3? But maybe we'll discover some situations where we're like, like 2 is enough. Other stuff, that I don't know if I like. I don't know if I like Searing Dragon. I don't really think it does a whole lot in these lists that just use like minimal branded cards. I think that Rindbrum is just better, and maybe you don't even need Rindbrum, especially if you're not making a lot of fusion plays. So there's that. We could maybe be using some other extra deck plays. The other thing is only 1 White Dragon is what they were running. We could obviously run more. Or maybe you don't even need to run like Albaz in a deck like this. That's why we're testing it, right? And then they were running the regular Dogmatica Ecclesia. I don't know how I feel about this. I didn't really like it when we tried it initially. So we're going to give it a go, but I don't think I'm going to like it because I don't think it really makes sense in the deck. Like, there's no situation, I think, where you would ever want to summon her off of White Dragon. So I'm not sure if it really makes sense. We are running 2 Welcome Home here because, notably, we took out all the normal summons for this deck. You might not have noticed initially, but there's no Medius in this deck. There's no Etherealize, no Medius. The only normal summons are pretty much like Albaz. You can normal summon White Dragon, obviously, and the Power Patron. And then other than that, we're not really normal summoning, except for something interesting that this guy was playing, which is the Spell Canceller. Obviously, lots of people are relying heavily on spells right now. Branded relies heavily on spells. Just pretty much every deck you can think of relies heavily on spells or benefits heavily from spells. Plus, everyone's running Fallen and the Virtuous, so Spell Canceller just kind of stops that. And this deck should be able to make it fairly easily. If you have it in your hand, all you need to do is special summon an Elf Note and then you can summon this, right? But it's not limited to that. Now, I was looking at this deck list and I was like, surely you're not just trying to luck into a Spell Canceller. And immediately I noticed something about the extra deck, which is the Shooting Riser Dragon, right? Shooting Riser Dragon lets us send 1 monster from our deck to the graveyard, as long as it's lower level than him, which he's level 7. So Spell Canceller is level 5. And we can obviously send that, make the Shooting Riser into a 2. And then we could save the Shooting Riser to like make something on our opponent's turn with the quick synchro effect. Or you could use it immediately on our turn. But how are we then getting it back? There was one other card that I saw that maybe could bring it back. Please spell this card. That's not how you spell it. It's but they obviously weren't using this card. But now we're just talking about like other ideas and stuff that we can do, right? Where is it? It's a level 6, this guy right here. So during the standby phase, you could detach 1 material and target 1 level 5 monster or level 5 or lower and special summon it, right? So if you drop the Spell Canceller and then get 2 6s, which is definitely doable in Elf Note, but it's a little bit difficult sometimes because you obviously can't special summon to more than just the middle. So this would be an option. But the other obvious option that we have to special summon it is Baron, right? So the idea here is that Baron, during their standby phase, is going to activate to summon the spell canceller from the graveyard. And the Baron, ideally if it still has its negate up, can just protect itself from like being blown up or stopped from summoning this. And then hopefully you have something else to maybe protect it as well. The trap card will probably be there to stop like a Fallen and the Virtuous that's trying to stop it and such. So hopefully you are able to resolve this. And then, so this gives you an extremely powerful, essentially searchable play going first, right? And then you'll have like supplementary stuff next to the spell canceller, like I was just saying, the trap, maybe Fallen and the Virtuous, maybe some of these other things like branded stuff. But yeah, so that's the way that this becomes searchable. So it's a really powerful turn one play that maybe we could incorporate into our other strategies as well. And then we have just like a kind of crazy extra deck to make all this stuff work with Hop-Ear Squadron, right? Like, because Hop-Ear Squadron were initially using like these things as disruption, and Regina can summon a disruption alongside herself, and these are a disruption that then summons Gamma, right? So we want to be getting multiple instances of value out of these cards. And then Hop-Ear Squadron is going to summon. Now, all of these cards that we're summoning are 6s, right? So Hop-Ear Squadron is a 2, so we're making 8s. The primary 8 that I'm thinking you would go into is probably Stardust Synchro Dragon, or Excel Synchro Stardust Dragon, which you can use to get into a further disruption. But we could also go into like Dark Dragon here. So with the Excel Synchro, though, you can then use it to bring back the Hop-Ear, and then you can activate its effect to summon the regular Stardust Dragon, and then Synchro summon with... Well, you don't have to use the regular Stardust Dragon, but you then use your field. So that would mean, like, just on its own, we have a 2 and an 8, right? So then we can make a 10. So we got a few options for a 10. Probably Chaos Angel is not gonna do it because we're making it with 2 winds, so it won't get either of those effects. Hop-Ear's a wind and Stardust is a wind. So that won't be that great, but you still can get the Banish effect. And also the other thing that Excel Synchro says is for the rest of this turn, the monsters synchro summoned by this effect are unaffected by your opponent's activated effects. So the Chaos Angel would be immune to stuff for the rest of the turn. But I think that means that you probably just want to summon like a Baron. And we do also have the option to summon a back-to-back. But in my mind, I couldn't figure out what you're actually using the back-to-back for if you summon it turn 1. Or like, if you're going second, you're summoning it on your opponent's turn 1. I don't know what you're using this for. Because at that point, all you have in the graveyard that it can summon is a Hop-Ear Squadron. Which doesn't do anything. It's not, you don't have a 12 to go into, and maybe you should be playing a 12 like the, oh, we have it. Do we want to reset all that? But like this guy, like you could probably be playing this, and this could create some disruption as well as give you a pretty good follow-up. So maybe I would play this instead of the Searing Dragon. But anyways, that's how I've kind of deconstructed the deck list so far. I know that's been quite a few explanations, but I also wanted to talk about some of the cards that I thought that I looked up and could potentially work in this type of deck. So we can immediately like get that out of the way, and then hopefully we can maybe make a better deck list. Like if some other people see this list and they can see like the cards that I've already thought of, then they can think of combos from there, right? So the first thing that I thought of was, I'm going to go from weakest to strongest. It's not necessarily the first thing that I thought of, but Griffin, right? Griffin, a really easy thing that can just kind of summon its stuff on your opponent's turn. It's level 7. So the weird thing about this, though, is we really only have one good 9. I didn't find like another really good 9. Maybe someone has a good idea for a 9 that you could use, but this is kind of like your best 9, which could lead to wiping your opponent's field on their turn, like in the end phase or something. But obviously, if we make it like this and we're not using Excel Synchron, this isn't unaffected, right? So it can be dealt with at any time, and your opponent's going to have to activate 5 monster effects before you can do anything to them, so they might be able to just deal with this. It is monster effects, yeah, okay. So yeah, they could just figure out a way to deal with it, but unfortunately, all the cards that I kind of found, well, like half of them are 7s and some of them are 8s. So Griffin, I feel like, is one of the weaker options just because it doesn't do anything except summon itself. Whereas like Bestials, Regina, and the Psyframes actually do something alongside summoning themselves. So Griffin probably not up there as one of the top options. But then I was looking at Dogmatica. So Dogmatica has 2 cards that look like they would be prime targets for this. And one of them is the Fleur-de-Lis, the Thunderbolt, one of the new cards. It can special summon itself, quick effect. It does have this effect to set a trap card, but I don't think... I like couldn't find a good enough trap, especially in a deck that like wants to summon from the extra deck a whole bunch. And because all the trap cards lock you out on the following turn as well, I don't think that actually playing a trap card for this is that impactful. But this does give you a level 8 that you can then use to get to a 10. And if we're talking like Chaos Angel here, obviously the Thunderbolt is a light, so combine that with Hoppier Squadron, and we're at least getting Synchro monsters you control are unaffected by your opponent's monster effects, right? So we can, on their turn, summon an unaffected Chaos Angel that deals with something, and then potentially can protect us on our turn, which seems pretty good. But other than that, the Fleur-de-Lis doesn't actually do anything on its own, except if you're running this Fleur-de-Lis. So this one is during the main phase if monster summoned from the extra deck is on the field, whereas this one also extra deck. So they both have the same requirement. And so maybe you would want to run both of these at the same time, because this one, if you control another Dogmatica monster, you can negate the effects of one face-up monster. So you could use this as a disruption if you were to already control her, right? But you'd have to have both. So I don't know if you'd maybe run like a whole bunch of these or how it would work, or maybe that's not even good enough. But potentially you could summon a whole bunch of stuff on your opponent's turn, potentially negate something, and then use Hop Ear to go into something else, because this Dogmatica doesn't actually lock you out of anything. And this one only locks you out if you're activating the trap card that you're setting. So that was another idea that I had. Both of these are light. Both of these could make the Chaos Angel play. Obviously, they could also just go into Baron as well. They could not go into back-to-back because they're not Synchro monsters, but we already talked about how we could get into back-to-back otherwise. And then my final idea was Hecka Hands. Now, ever since Hecka Hands came out, I've kind of been a Hecka Hands hater, but a lot of these cards say if a card is added to your opponent's hand, you could special summon this. Now, these two are only activatable during your main phase, but this guy is not. Godos is, like, all of them can summon on your opponent's turn if they add a card, which is pretty common. But Godos, his effect is a quick effect during your opponent's main phase, and you can target one monster in your opponent's graveyard and special summon it to the field. So you could use this like if they're trying to reborn something, or you know that they really want a monster from their graveyard for something, or maybe they just need it to stay there for whatever reason. You just pull it out with Godos, and then that's kind of like a disruption in a way. Like against Tearlaments, this would be incredibly powerful, right? You could stop a fusion summon with that. And then Godos is a level 7, so back to the ideas with the Griffin. If it combines with Hop Ear, then you can make Stellar Wind Wolf Rayet, right? And that could be a pretty big disruption after the Godos possibly creates a disruption of its own. So those are all the ideas that I initially thought of when looking at this deck list, and maybe we'll incorporate some of them a little bit later. But first I wanted to try the deck list exactly as the creator of it built it, and we'll see how it does from there. We're going to be in the World Championship qualifier today to just kind of like get a warm-up and see how we like the list. But as I pointed out, I think there's some things that I might make some changes to, and some cards that I would maybe experiment with. Also, another thing is like Silvera here. I talked about Silvera in the past with the Diabel, which maybe we would run Diabel, right? But we don't really have that many spells and traps, so it might not be good in this version of the deck. But this is actually makeable now, because this guy, if we're sending the Spell Canceller, this guy becomes level 2. So any of the level 4s, such as Albaz, Ecclesia, or Fallen, or White Dragon. And so the interesting thing here is, even though I don't see a whole lot of reasons to use Ecclesia, Ecclesia, if you summon it on your turn to get Fallen in the Virtuous, then you're locked out of the extra deck for the rest of the turn. But Shooting Geyser has the quick synchro effect, so if you keep him on the field, then on your opponent's turn you can make Silvera, which is kind of a good disruption, and you can just use the Ecclesia, and you also got a Fallen in the Virtuous out of it. So that's kind of the reason that I could deduce to play the Ecclesia. But anyways, let's get into some actual dueling today. Hey, I'm doing okay. We're gonna try out this deck. Hopefully it performs going second. I've never really used Hop Ear Squadron before, but it is a synchro strategy. And we're combining it with the Elf Notes and a whole bunch of like going second cards to see if maybe we could just like mess up our opponents so much on their turns that they just don't they just have such a weak board that it's like a easy win from there. We do have Hop Ear, but we have nothing to summon. I think we're gonna go ahead and Perulia though. So hopefully we can draw into something that we can summon. And he's ashing that, which I think is fine. We're gonna wait on the Fua for a better time. We already got their ash out on Perulia. Oh, I guess the Perulia, it doesn't have to be during the main phase, so he just already gets to do this. We're gonna wait until they have 2 monsters on the field. I probably already have to... Well, do I negate that? We know he's got limited stuff now, right? I figured he would have gone a Canine card first. So I kind of want to ash this. And then maybe on Resolution Fua. Because I'm kind of hoping we can keep them mostly off of their Vanquish Soul plays. He has something activatable, huh? What could it be? I guess it could be an Izuna. The second stage. I'm probably not going to play the second stage, but I'm just trying to get the rest of the gems out of the first stage here. Okay, he is giving us a draw. Rock of the Vanquisher. That's not a great draw. Okay, so he's going to have a special summonable Raisin. Oh, wait, no, he's going Borger? And he doesn't even... Why do that? Why not add the Raisin back? I feel like that's a way better play. Okay, we drew the Spell Canceller. But he has no spells, so that doesn't accomplish anything here. I don't actually know what this guy is gonna do. Does he just have another... No. You can't use both of these effects, so that's it. Dude, that's why I thought he should have added Raisin. Because then at least Raisin could be a disruption. Now it kind of seems like he has no disruption except Lupus go into Typhon. But all that does is floodgate monsters above 3,000 attack. It doesn't actually... I could normal summon Hop Ear here. Or I could normal summon Albaz. I don't know what his last card is, right? If it's Ash, we could be in a really bad spot if I tribute off the Tinia. I think I have to drop the Spell Canceller. Okay, I don't think he has Ash. I think he would have Ashed that if he had it. He has Droll, though. Yeah. Okay, I don't think the Droll hurts us in any way here. I guess it does keep us off of... keeps us off of the trap card. So if we just Albaz right now, this deck has this, right? Yeah. Albaz, get rid of both of these. This guy will get banished. And that should pretty much just be the game. Oh no, I'm stupid. Of course, we already used that. Should have done that in a different order, but I was scared. Okay, that was a mistake. We should have used Hoppier instead. I messed up a wee bit there. We need this guy, though. I think we just gotta go Baron, right? Or is there any reason not to grow Strelitzio? Not really. I don't think we can win. I messed it up. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that, like, it's impossible to catch up to the people who are at, like, 40k points already, even though you're only at 15k. It's definitely going to be difficult. Should I make Dark Dragon instead? I shouldn't have made the Regina stronger, huh? Or, like, upgraded its level. Yeah, I kind of messed this turn up pretty badly, huh? I want to summon her. Okay, at least we could still make Baron. But we don't actually win here. Is this main phase only? Yeah. So we're leaving the middle open so Regina can use the Welcome Home to come back. And we can actually, because we have the Albaz here, we can actually go into Silvera on their turn. And if we do that, then we could use the Albaz to fusion as well. I think maybe I should have just immediately Regina'd. So we're just doing this, rip a card immediately, and then hopefully with one negate should be enough to easily win. Okay, we hit the Raisin as well. We could actually summon the Spell Canceller right now, but I think we just keep the Baron negate. So, I mean, first game it seemed alright, but I definitely misplayed some stuff there. We could do that better. Summon out Spell Canceller for fun. Okay, so we gotta remember, like, there's no way he could have had... What could he have had in his hand that could have stopped Albaz? I guess an Ogre. There's not that much I could have done about an Ogre. I still think with this deck we still want to go first, ideally, because we have the Spell Canceller play. And it's not like Hoppier Squadron only goes second, right? Hoppier Squadron can still be used on your follow-up turn. Although this hand is not great. Good thing here is if we activate White Dragon... Do I really want to activate White Dragon? It kind of seems like the only play. Because if I activate it, maybe I can Gamma. This is a pretty weak hand. There's not a whole lot we could do with this. Okay, they're ashing that part. Would it make sense to pop him? Oh, I guess no, it's Ash. I keep thinking it's like Imperm or something. You could dodge the Ash. You could not do that. So the bad thing here is now we have the dragon on the board, right? No reason. Yeah, this is pretty bad. We have Ash and we'll have a Fallen and the Virtuous, and that's it. Because I can't get the Albaz off the board. At least not easily. Maybe they'll do it for me. And this is not main phase, right? So we could do this whenever. Okay, it's Hero. Do we Ash this one, or do we Ash the Stratos? I think we Ash this. Okay, he just had the Stratos in hand. So there's one of the heroes that, like, you have to summon to his arrow, right? Or something. He's going to be able to pop my Gamma if I don't blow up the Stratos. We'll just wait until he tries to do it, because I think Dolphin's on resolution, right? Or maybe he's not even doing that. I don't really know all the hero lines. I just know that they're annoying and they Bloodgate, and that's all they do. I guess I could have... Maybe I should have popped my own Albaz in the end phase, huh? With the second Fallen and the Virtuous. Maybe that would have been the play. This card has way too many effects. Oh, is this guy on summon? Yeah. I don't think there's anything we could do, unfortunately. We just got too unlucky, right? A hero player who opened Ash. And Hero Lives and Stratos. Can't be destroyed by card effects. That's obnoxious. So now I guess we have to use the Gamma on this. Oh, I guess he's not summoning, I don't know, this seems like the best thing to use it on either way, right? Unfortunately, like, even if we live, he's just gonna floodgate us on our turn. So that's all hero players know how to do. So I think we're just done. We just had too bad of a hand. There's... I mean, I guess unless he really wanted 2,500 damage, there's probably not a good reason to actually attack into the driver. Because now, potentially, like, a Delta would be activatable. Okay, well... What do we got here? We got that. I think we're dead. Because there's no Ecclesia monsters. So I can't use the second effect of this. I don't think there's any reason to keep playing it out. That was just like a really, really bad hand. You can't do much about that. Okay, he's letting us go first. That's concerning. Okay, we have no play. Well, I can't special summon anything. That is... I mean, I guess we only have a few less starters in this deck. But that's definitely going to happen with this deck compared to normal. Small world. Surely we just allow that. What? I'm guessing he didn't know his small world bridges. I have a feeling that he ended up with not the card he was hoping to. So I don't know, I kind of thought that we would still want to go first. Maybe we do still want to go first, even if we have dead hands like that. The only... Like, it doesn't really give our opponent any extra benefits. Except that maybe they have an extra card. So this is a weird hand where we could very easily make Spell Canceller. But then we can't make a Baron. Like if I normal summon the White Dragon, but it doesn't get us to any more Elf Note plays, right? So I think we do just want to go Spell Canceller. This card doesn't mention Albaz. I guess we don't need that card anyways. I was trying to see, because I don't think it can be summoned off a Dark Dragon, right? And you can only summon a level 2 or lower. Yeah, okay. Gotta make Dark Dragon. I feel like it would be nice to have a second White Dragon right now, because I could use that as the tribute fodder instead. Okay, we do have to note, though, that our Fallen and the Virtuous is dead until they deal with the Spell Canceller. Oh, they're doing this, huh? Okay, but they can't... That's only main phase. Huh, I'm now realizing that might be able to deal with Albaz, huh? Because he has 0 defense. But if they use it to deal with the Spell Canceller instead... Okay. I was gonna say, I guess they didn't have the attributes to do it, but they could have used that to bounce the Spell Canceller back, and then I could fuse with the whole field, and then my Fallen of the Virtuous is active, and they can no longer use their field spell effectively. But I'm guessing that Mad Love just wasn't activatable. But I'd say that that was like a really weak position to be in, right? And the Spell Canceller still just kind of forced them to surrender, essentially. I think I'd normal summon you, right? Try and bait out an Ash here. Max C. I think I have to Ash that. Because we can make a lot of plays. Yeah, I really do think that, like, Dark Dragon, I need another target. I guess I can summon Fallen of Albaz right now, but that doesn't actually accomplish anything for us. And this can't summon from the graveyard, huh? So I have to keep... Not going to be able to keep it in my hand. Well, let's do this. If he has Ash, then I guess he just had Ash. Can you summon from the grave? He does have Ash, it seems like. Yeah, you could summon from the graveyard. Okay, well, he could still Ash something else, right? Like, you could still Ash Regina, but I still think Regina's the best play, because at least we can make Baron off of that. Yeah. But that means we won't have Dark Dragon. But I think we weren't going to have a card to discard anyways, so... And we can use Regina on their turn. To summon something else and hopefully disrupt them. Harpies. That's a tough situation, right? Like, I have to Regina now, or I have to Baron now. I'm guessing that the Baron is powerful enough. I guess I could have also fallen in the Virtuist. I should, if he gives me the opportunity. So we don't need this white dragon on the field. It doesn't do anything for us. If I summon the Ecclesia, that doesn't do anything for us either, right? I could summon anything. I think we're gonna pop the Albaz. Okay, am I using Tinia to just rip a card? Or am I gonna Lucina? Does he have a second Ash? He has Fallen in the Virtuous. Well, I have to negate that, I guess. Because I'd rather keep a Baron rather than have no Baron. If he has Droplet as well, I guess good for him. Linkage. Okay, so his deck, he just wins from this point, right? His deck is immune to... His deck is unfortunately immune to Lucina. But, I mean, maybe I could Tinia, hit the engage. That seems to be the last play possible, right? Because he's obviously going to search with 0. He passed on searching with 0? All I have to do is wait until he activates. And then I activate here. He could get a linkage back. But I have to do this either way. Oh, it was nothing anyways. I'm surprised he passed on 0 then. He can get linkage back with Kagari to then make another 0. Which I think he wins from that position. I think I'm kind of just in too terrible of a spot. Ooh. I wasn't thinking of that play. But I don't think I could have waited, because he would have just popped the Tinia if I waited, right? I don't really think there was an option. Did he not already use this card this turn? I thought he did. He definitely did. What? You could use this? What? He definitely used this twice this turn. What just happened? Yeah, he used it earlier. Is he cheating? Am I missing something? How did he do that? Like, he literally just loses the duel if he didn't cheat there. What? What am I missing? He very clearly cheated, right? This is his Fall to the Virtuous. I already activated mine. It's turn 2. It was turn 2 the whole time. He cheated. He just straight up cheated. What do you mean I Oh, I did negate it with Baron. I got confused because he sent it away with the Who's-a-Watch-It. He sent it away with the linkage. That's why I forgot that I negated it. That sucks still, that he just randomly drew into that. But he has nothing? Do we have a chance? No, we don't. Well, maybe we do. What does he have? Okay, so I don't know why I was so confused. What can we do? We can't do anything because we didn't get to make any Elf Note plays. We can make Dark Dragon. But we don't have... I'd have to use this card to fuse with this. There's no way we can win. Do we do anything useful? Just make Dark Dragon, pop this, but then I don't have any cards in hand for Albaz. Or do I just fuse with it to have a Mirror Jade at least? Is he gonna activate Ray? He did not activate Ray. There's no reason to activate Mirror Jade, right? It doesn't accomplish anything. Why can't I activate you now? Because it's main phase only. Oh boy. Well, this was a pretty lame duel. Yeah, he's just gonna go 0 and then he wins. Banishes the spell. I don't know what that means. Oh, but that wouldn't have accomplished anything, right? Because he had 4 spells in his graveyard. So changing 4 to 3 doesn't actually help us at all. Plus, we just die right there anyways to what he has in hand. Okay, we might actually be able to do something with this hand. He's a 60-card deck. Okay, we could draw that. Oh, of course, the 60-card deck started with Called By. Because why wouldn't he? I do know that it has a graveyard effect. I don't know exactly what it does, but... He really banished... He banished the witch, and now I can't even... Because this banishes, right? Or no, it shuffles it back. Oh my god. No, the Timaeus is the one that I want to read. Yeah, so now I can't even Bestial yet, still. I have to wait even longer to Bestial. But if I banish the Murcielago, then he won't be able to Hallowed Azamina back to his hand, right? Unless he does it while this is on the field. How could it be that hard to choose what Sinful Spoil card you want? Also, why is this card a Sinful Spoils card? Can we talk about that? The Sinful Spoils, I thought the whole idea is that they're all spells and traps. Okay, send that to the graveyard, summon something, and then I can Druid Worm. Before... Hold up, I gotta read Hallowed. Is it... Should I do it in response to Hallowed, or... Okay, I should do it in response to Hallowed. But maybe not. Once the Poplar comes out... Yeah, we're trying this, like, go second build. Now that the Poplar is out, let's see what he searches. Is he just searching the field spell? No, what the fudge? Is there any, like, meaningful 2 he can make here? Or maybe I just need to stop him from activating the Snake Eye Ash, right? I think I just need to stop the Snake Eye Ash. Turn this on. Does he actually have something? What do we know he has in hand? Oh, he has like, this is also a quick play. That's gonna be problematic. Oh, he gets to make a freaking Omni immediately. That's a big problem. But I could chain block. Dark Dragon would be interesting, but I can't get in. I can't chain block the Albaz, so it doesn't work here. I could chain block that, but I can't chain block the second effect. And this targets... Shoot. He really just had the perfect hand to deal with this, huh? And if he didn't have Called By in his 79 card deck, it's so broken. Who knows? Maybe he'll negate the Druid Swarm sending the Ash. He did not. I guess I gotta wait until he tries to pop one of my monsters now, but even then he's just gonna negate after that, so I think we're kind of just cooked. Like, what a perfect hand you had to have in this 60-card deck to even have a tiny chance. He literally immediately loses if Droll goes off, and he immediately loses if he doesn't make Dragoon right there. What the heck are we doing? Now he gets to go full Fiendsmith combo too? Do I just give up on this one? Like, what do I do when someone has that perfect of a hand in their 60-card deck? Like, how many starters did he have? He literally opened this, opened the Diabell, opened the Wanted Seeker. Like, what do you... And opened the Called By. And opened the Woes. What do you want me to do? It doesn't get any more perfect than that. I guess I just activate this and then surrender, because... It doesn't matter. He gets to do whatever he wants. It's just ridiculous. Oh, yeah, it's just so unlucky. Every single card he had countered every card I had in hand. Also, not to mention, we're playing that one spell canceller for going first, and we've seen it in half of our duels. We never see Gamma or Delta, but we see spell canceller every single duel. Like, imagine if I had Delta there, he just loses immediately. He doesn't even get to play his turn at all. Well, that's very unfortunate, but at least we have the Power Patron to normal summon. Should I go for the Spell Canceller play? Does it work if we can't get the spell card? I haven't actually, like, thought it out. I don't know, like, what all we need to actually be able to make the full play. Obviously, we need a Baron, otherwise it doesn't work. We need this to go through. He doesn't have an Ash. If he has Droll, then we got a problem. We can sack the driver. We don't really need the driver, right? Because it could be in the graveyard anyways. I mean, if I get ashed, either way, I have problems, right? But I could potentially have a little bit more if I go for Fortuna first. Let's do this, see if we get drolled. We did not get drolled, so I might just go Lucina, assuming we don't get ashed here. I do have a negate, you're not wrong. I guess that's true. I shouldn't worry about... Because I should just use the Baron negate, because we don't need the Baron on the next turn. The problem is the Baron might not be able to bring back the Spell Canceller if it doesn't have its negate to protect itself, right? Because Baron has to... How does it read? It has to return itself, so if it gets blown up by like a Fallen and the Virtuous, that could be a small issue. So this is our last chance to get Fortuna. So let's go ahead and summon you. Okay, I can't... We go like that. We go Strelitzia. I put Strelitzia in the middle. Send yellow. Why'd you want me to send yellow? Okay, he's out of there. We were gonna make Shooting Riser send the Spell Canceller. And then we could make the 9 out of Strelitzia and the Shooting Riser. Or we could save the Shooting Riser. Did I not already synchro with Regina? Okay, that was a mistake then. I should have synchroed with Regina if I didn't already do that. Because usually, yeah, you're probably right. Usually I synchro with Regina like right off the bat, but this turn was a little bit weird. I think I thought that that was like a second Regina or something. Because if you summon Regina from the deck with the spell card, then you could summon a second Regina with her effect from hand. And maybe for some reason I thought I did that. Okay. You hate to see Droll with this, but I guess we could base it off of what they have. Oh, wait, I meant to Perulia, obviously. They're probably not summoning a whole lot. Like, does the guy it summons, does he search cards or does he set them? It sets. So there's no reason to Droll, right? For sure there's no reason to Droll? I guess it could stop the... Wait, but once you activate this, though, you can't summon anymore, right? I don't know why he activated Wedgie Temple then. Alright, is there anything we can do on our turn? Not really. We might just lose because we can't do anything on our turn. Okay, we got Regina. It's actually something. How do you work? He's level 10. The issue we have is I don't think we could stop him from just blowing up our field. I think we're gonna lose. It really depends on what we draw here. He can return a card to the hand. I should have ashed the first search. Are you sure, though? Because, like, they play triple Ankh. Is that valuable? Like, I couldn't have known that this was actually an Exodia deck, right? I know that most decks aren't playing... I guess we knew that he was going for Ankh, but, like, what if that's a bait? Alright. You think he's just gonna wipe the field? We got a few tries at this, so let's see if it works. Does he not have to target a card? Wait, he didn't activate the effect? He just activated the card? Yeah, we also have Bestials. We have a bunch of stuff that summons on their turn and then Hoppy or Squadron. Wait, he didn't activate the effect, though. Is that... Does he just lose? Hold up. Chainlink 1 Black Rose, Chainlink 2 Power Patron? No, but what I'm talking about is, like, a lot of people play... Ooh, I can't dodge that. I guess that's why he did this, huh? Because he knew he had that. A lot of people play, like, Wedju Temple, Sengenjen, and Golem without any of the Exodia stuff, right? But I guess the Blue Eyes was a giveaway that it's the Exodia stuff? Maybe? I didn't know if he was trying to do something else, though. That sucks. Well, I mean, that's just like he had to luck sack into having Imperm there, right? If he doesn't have Imperm, he instantly loses the duel. Are any of these affected by Ash? I don't think this is affected by Ash. Yeah, I think we're probably going to lose from there. This is also trap effects. How much attack does he get? Is it based on my life points or his life points? Equal to your life points. Alright, can we outplay him here? I don't think so. What do we need to make against this guy? We need something that could deal with him. So preferably just Baron. There's nothing I could do, right? He could just return this. Oh, wait, it's monster. Target a monster. But he'll just return Regina if I try and do anything. shoot. Like, surely he doesn't need to search really anymore, so I guess I'll get rid of Droll. But I think he just activates... Well, is there something I could do here? Because now, unfortunately, a trap card no longer activatable to negate something. Wait, he's doing this right now? I've already used both Regina effects? Yes, yes I have. Okay, that was definitely a mistake. I think he loses off of that? That was a big mistake. I don't know what that said. I don't have time to read it. Wait, what? God dang it. Oh, okay. I guess we lose. I didn't realize... I thought that guy did not do, like, anything. I guess I had to negate that? If I negated it, then we're in an okay spot still. That's just incredibly unlucky, right? Just like, if he doesn't have Imperm, he instantly loses the duel and there's no competition. Dang it. It's really frustrating to have to deal with, like, I dealt with literally everything, and then I just don't have time to read the last card anymore. They need to give the going second player more time. The going first player doesn't need more time, but the going second player for sure does. Okay, we're playing against Super Cancer. Oh good, it's a deck that's completely immune to Fua. And I have nothing that can interrupt him at all. Imagine if I had Perulia here instead, but I always have the worst hand trap. We couldn't possibly imagine a game where I had a good hand trap for the match. So what do I delta? Is it like the field spell that I delta? It doesn't help that we have a pretty dead hand here, too. Does he not have... Okay, that's gonna be tough to play through. Oh, good. Yeah, this guy, I mean, like, this guy can only win going first, right? He literally can't win a game going second. But luckily for him, I go second every game, because that's what the game has decided. Why can't I activate? Oh. I was supposed to summon in defense, huh? I see. Well, unfortunately, I can't activate the Power Patron engrave. Yeah, obviously I had to summon the Tinia in defense. Oh, he just has Solemn. If he doesn't have Solemn there, I think we win. That's unlucky. Like, literally, this guy's deck is... He can't go second at all. All of his cards are going first cards. This is such garbage that people like that get to go first. And of course, I didn't draw any of my going second cards, so... There was no point in playing a going second deck, because I didn't draw any of the cards for it. By Perulia, he instantly loses. As well. Once again, a hand that can't play, and a dead card on top of that. We did cut down our dead cards, though. This deck has less dead cards, I think, than our previous deck. Not that our previous deck had a lot of dead cards. It had, like, 4. But this, we, like, added Driver. We want to negate that, right? Probably. I could Ash that instead. Did I save Ash for something else? I should Ash this just in case he has Called By. Because then I could Delta the Called By. But maybe I should have Delta'd it just because I could Ash a monster and I can't Delta a monster. I think we're probably just dead from here because he's immune to Bestials and doesn't seem like the Delta's gonna do that much. I guess he doesn't have a play. It's just another unlucky match, right? He just had everything that he needed. Oh, hi, Hoppier. It's just, none of my cards are activatable, so... Yeah, this is pretty obnoxious. When just none of your cards can even be used. And all of his cards are mainly trap cards, so maybe I should have just Delta'd. And now we can negate Delta as well. Like, there's no reason to play this one. It's just incredibly unfair, right? It's an Earth deck, Earth trap deck versus my anti-light, anti-dark, anti-spell card deck. You couldn't have drawn up a harder counter. Like, at least if it was Labyrinth, I can win. Well, we got Spell Canceller. Worst things worst, we could just summon him. His icon is Super Poly. Is this deck immune to Super Poly? I didn't really check. The Riser is light. I think this deck is immune to Super Poly. This is our last chance to get Fortuna, right? Get rid of this Perulia. Do I keep the Gamma? I don't think Gamma's ever going to be activatable, right? We got too many things on the board already. So what do we make? Because we actually don't need to make the Shooting Riser here. We make Strelitzia. We can make this guy. Or should I make something else? Can you be... Must be special summoned by card effect. Can I special summon you back with... with this guy? And then make back-to-back out of you? I think I could. Do I want to do that? I think I'd rather do Dark Dragon stuff, right? Did we summon the Albaz? We should, because then we could make Chaos Angel. And then we use the Ecclesia to tribute summon the Spell Canceller. Should I put the Chaos Angel here, maybe? But then the problem is I can't Regina as easily. Okay, this is kind of a nasty field, huh? Okay, he's out of there. Just randomly, like, you have kind of an obnoxious field with Chaos Angel and Baron, and then just summoning, normal summoning Spell Canceller at the end of it is kind of rude. No, hey, you're here. You don't understand what's happening? That's okay. This deck is very abnormal anyways. Alright, there's probably not going to be a chance to activate Delta, huh? Do we do anything if they like max C? Probably gotta be pretty tough. Actually, even if they like imperm, that's gonna be pretty tough. At least like this, if we get ashed, which we do, like our delta's still activatable, right? Who was not going to be activatable, though. So that's a bit of an issue. But there was no way I could play around that. So. What are we playing against? Okay, that's got to be an imperm. So I don't want to put a monster on the field. I guess it could be Fallen in the Virtuous. If it's Fallen in the Virtuous, then... like, what was I supposed to do? But why would he put it in this column if it wasn't imperm, right? Ooh, maybe I should have not done that so I could... Is there anything... Do I really have to normal summon this Albaz? I got to normal summon Albaz. Because, like, this has to be imperm for sure, right? Yeah, it's imperm. This deck does not have a contingency for this, because we're not supposed to be normal summoning Albaz. You can only use one Druisworm effect per turn, right? Kind of sucks that he's in the middle now. But he needed to be in the middle, otherwise it wouldn't have worked. This guy has to be special summoned. Yeah, there's just nothing I could do. Although, like, presumably his hand is pretty bad. If he just literally did nothing except set imperm. How long does this level mod last? Till the end of the turn. Okay, so doing it on his turn doesn't accomplish anything. Okay, that's pretty bad for us. They really need to put the other Elf Note monster in, because we could potentially, like, make an Elf Note play here if it was in the game. So we have to allow all this so far. There's nothing I could do, right? Like, I can't stop this. I can't stop Dark Dragon either. We just need to make sure that before the end phase, there's nothing I can do about that. Before the end phase, we get rid of this Albion, because Albion can mess us up. I mean, it's a combo, but doesn't necessarily mean he's gonna win. Ooh, that's obnoxious, though. We gotta stop that for sure. Oh. I'd have to banish both of these, huh? And I really want to make sure we banish that, so I can't do that. Okay, so we just need to make sure before the end phase we're doing stuff. Gotta let that die. So he might activate Diablo. Okay, so luckily we have a second one. That's why I targeted Albion first, just in case I was gonna have to target it again. I would have liked to have banished her, because I don't think you can bring her back, right, from the banish pile? Hand deck or graveyard, but I assume he has two. I don't know exactly what he's playing, but he's got heavy branded stuff, so he's probably playing branded. If I don't activate the Ecclesia, then I'm not locked out of the extra deck. Okay, what's coming out? It could be like RS. Actually, RS would be really bad, right? Because then I can't make Chaos Angel. But there's nothing I can do about that. Does he have a bunch of tuners? He's got 3 tuners in here. Okay, it's not RS. No, I do not want to activate you. There's actually nothing I could do to stop that. He just gets to go through this full play. And then he gets to deal with the Ecclesia before I could do anything. That's unfortunate. Non-targeting shuffle. Okay, so at least that gets the negate out. Now we just have to worry about whatever that is. Do I even have anything valuable in here? Not really. Alright, well, let's see what he's got, huh? Is this another Fallen in the Virtuous? That would be kind of OP when I stopped him from searching it. But, could be. Super Poly? Are you kidding me? That's so obnoxious. He gets to make Mirror Jade out of that, which I think just means he wins the game. Yeah. That's just slightly too much. Oh, he's gonna make Mirror Jade now? Dang, like, this guy had to get so lucky to have a chance here. That's so unfortunate. Wait, he didn't activate? Or is it a new chain? But that would have been a trigger, so... You should have nothing now, right? Probably want to get rid of that, so it doesn't come back to his hand. I'm surprised he didn't make Mirror Jade. That seemed like a pretty big mistake here. We already have the Power Patron there. We haven't used you to search yet, right? Okay. What do we got here? So how are we dealing with this? I don't actually know how we're dealing with that yet. Where's the other Ecclesia monster? Oh, it's in my graveyard. I could banish it later. Because I'll be able to search Druis Worm and banish. Do I have any chance at making Chaos Angel is the other question. Have to get rid of this. Summon this. I probably could have negated something there, but it didn't matter too much. I just gotta hurry. Make Dark Dragon. We're gonna run out of time. Okay, so we could banish the Albion. He'll still get to search. With this thing. Uh-oh, I'm gonna time out here. Oh! I'm not gonna negate any of this stuff. I don't have time. He gets to search a Fallen and the Virtuous. And then he gets to draw one card. I don't think he has access to anything else, right? He has one more thing? Oh, High Spirits, probably? Oh, and this. Right. So what all did he search? Fallen the Virtuous, Mystery Card, and High Spirits. High Spirits is probably not activatable. Would be my guess. I probably just want to negate the first thing, summon Strelitzia, rip with Strelitzia. Or do I want to go for this, make Mirror Jade immediately? That might be the better play. What are we targeting? It's got to be Chaos Angel, right? No, we're special summoning Quem. Oh, the Albaz is in the grave. I should have used that. I made a mistake there. He's got to activate this, right? And then I negate it. Super Poly. That's such a lucky top deck. Are you kidding me? He might actually win off of that. That's crazy. He top decked a Super Poly after already having used the Super Poly. So the odds were even lower that he has Super Poly. Okay, but he kind of made the wrong thing. I'm guessing he didn't have another... He didn't have another Dogma? Because he could have eaten up some of this stuff, right? Yeah, why didn't he use Chaos Angel for that? That was a big mistake. But he must be running out of time too, would be my hope. Okay, this time I didn't negate the Fallen and the Virtuous, though, so he can't activate it. Alright, that's gotta be just a negate. Ooh. That's bad. Right. I'm stupid. Should have negated that with Baron, obviously. Oh, I'm so stupid. I made a big mistake here. I should have negated that with Baron and then used the trap card, but I was being greedy and then I forgot I had to tribute. Surely he negates that, right? Yeah. Okay, I made some big mistakes there. That was unnecessarily bad. Wait, this was negated? Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Oh my god, I'm dumb. I really need some water, though. That was unlucky. It's just literally because I have to go second against this loser. Did I go second that duel, or did I just have no play turn one? Was that one of those duels where I had no play turn one? Dang it, I could have easily won that one. It's just like so unfair to have to break through someone's field, and then he has infinite time for some reason, even though he spent 25 minutes in his turn. And I had to break his full board. I broke full branded combo. And then the only reason he had a chance was because he drew into Super Poly, otherwise he instantly loses. Well, this is not great. Probably Ash that, right? Does this do something? Like, I want to Regina because I have the Fortuna already. But maybe that was bad. Okay, that doesn't do anything. He's freeing up his field. Oh, he's max seeing. Alright. I mean, do they even have anything they could do from their hand? Like, he's drawing into... We know the top card he's drawing into is Magician's Souls, which doesn't do anything. So if he doesn't already have something... And then Baron can negate if he does draw something. So we just need to go for, like, quick lethal here, right? That'd be Tinia, just in case he has Droll, but why would he Droll here? That would be really weird. I got just summon Tinia, go lethal? Like, we didn't use Regina this turn. That was last turn, right? So, should just be lethal. Alrighty. Okay, can we just get to 18 and then be done with this event? I don't want to play this event anymore. It's boring. We're not even close. How are we not close? Okay, we got quite a few hand traps. Do I activate Fua? If we do all this right now... He's allowing that, huh? I'm gonna let this resolve and then max C. Okay, now he has a monster negate for the Ash, though. Oh, he doesn't have MST in his grave, does he? So he doesn't actually have a monster negate yet. And he searched Swen. Ooh, he did go for that, huh? Do I Perulia? Like, he still can't negate anything. But right now, he doesn't have the option to TTT, so maybe I should just hold off a second. Although with that search, I'm probably just gonna want a Perulia. Surely Swen's coming up now. Like, we know Swen and, what's your face? Crocea. I think he's gonna add the spell and not Mystical Space Typhoon, right? Because he doesn't have anything to Mystical Space Typhoon yet. He might already have something in hand that he can MST. Okay, he did add Vision, so Vision is what we're gonna want to Ash. I doubt... I think he would have, like, used MST if he had it. So I don't think he has access to MST. So we could just stop him from getting access to MST. Yeah, he's trying to add it now. So let's Ash. Oh, he had it the whole time, so this guy's just like stupid or something. He could have had this negate be live for a long time if he had just MST'd early. So he's got access to everything. If I Regina, it's gonna get negated but not popped. So I think it doesn't make any sense to Regina this turn. Now he's going to be able to Crocea. Crocea's a search 2 because for some reason they didn't design this deck very well. This deck has 2 search 2s. Well, I guess 2 draw 2s. But if he Croceas, we draw 2 off of that, so maybe he doesn't want to do that. He did not do that. So the only thing he has is Vision? He has Vision and a Monster Negate. Okay, this guy is not activatable, right? Oh, but now he can Crocea. Got rid of Magala. Yeah. Okay, at least these just get added to the hand, though. Okay, I should be able to control a spell or a trap. I need to not activate any quick plays, though, which shouldn't be a problem. I guess this should be the only thing he has. If he had Ash, he probably would have Ashed. Okay, he is negating. It's not destroyed, but should I distribute it anyways? I guess there's no reason to do it quickly, right? Might as well just let everything resolve. Because this doesn't target on the field. So their only wind... I can't really make anything good with Albaz, huh? Okay, he's out of there. I was kind of hoping he would surrender, because, like, I have to go through my whole turn just to actually be able to kill him there. There's not, like, some quick way I can finish the game. It does bring up the question, should I have Black Rosed? Because I don't think he would have had anything to stop Black Rose, and that might have been a faster way to get the field wiped up and then go for a lethal play. Okay, we got Droll and Gamma. I don't know Cyberdarks well enough to know if I need to be... Surely any Cyberdark spell or trap is too good, right? Or maybe I just Droll, though. I think I just let him do that and then I Droll, because doesn't this card just search another card? Yeah. Okay, this could be a bluff, but it's very likely that it's either fallen in the Virtuous or Imperm. Do I normal summon White Dragon here? That's the real question. Or do I Tinea? If he has Ash, we are going to be hurting. I think I'd normal summon White Dragon. Because I can always, as long as I get an extra deck monster on the field. It is Imperm. Okay. So I think I did this correctly then. I wanted him to get Impermed instead of Tinea. Now I hope he doesn't have Ash. That's kind of what's going to matter here. Do I tribute the Tinea? I think I tribute the Albaz. Summon Lucina. Yeah, I don't think he has anything. Well, the problem is like, I can't... Gamma can only be activated if I don't have a monster on the field, right? Like, anything I did, only if I went Tinea first, tribute Tinea, could I Gamma that. So I guess you are correct. But Tinea first was wrong because he had Imperm, right? So I either play around the Ash or I play around the Imperm. I can't do both. But yeah, it should be an easy win from here. I don't think he's got anything. Unless this is like some crazy card, but I doubt it. I'm probably just going to pop it with Baron near the end of my turn here. What do I need? I need you. I'm surprised he's not surrendering. Okay, there's the surrender. I'm like, surely he has to know that this is going to be lethal. Even through one single way to stop it, right? Okay, that's level 18. I'm going to go ahead and stop there. It's getting too grindy for us to actually keep climbing in this. And this one's already been going on for a while. This was the last video I wanted to do on the World Championship qualifier. This deck was definitely interesting. I'm going to take a few minutes and think about what we could maybe change about the deck. Probably some of the things that I talked about previously before we started dueling. And then we'll probably swap over to ranked and see how that goes. But I'm going to take a quick break. Hopefully you enjoyed, and I will see you next time. Okay, I mean, that's an interesting list. We ran into a lot of not having anything to do going first. But, like, our ability to disrupt our opponent, like, all the meta decks, I think, struggle against what we got going on. But we did run into, like, Trap Tricks, which just, like, straight up counters everything we're trying to do, right? So, but I think if we went first against the Trap Tricks, we'd still win. Yes, I do want to do that, but I need to do one more episode, so probably like another hour and a half. Does that sound good? Is that what you guys are doing right now? I see I got some direct messages. Do I? No, I have a friend request from some random bot account. Okay. I'll deal with that later. But yes, I do, but I am going to stream a little bit longer. So I'll probably be around like in an hour and a half, but I do have to eat dinner then. So I need to take a bathroom break though. I drank like almost 2 glasses of water during that one, so gonna take a bathroom break, fill up my water, and then we'll swap over to ranked and change the deck up a little bit. So I'll be right back. Okay, so before we get started here, I want to make a few slight changes to this deck. I think it's good. This is not the deck. Where is it? Go second. Here we go. So, first of all, what I'm thinking is I think I want 2 of these. I ran into some issues where I really wished that I could just summon something off of Dark Dragon to make sure that Dark Dragon is in the banish pile and coming back, and then to have a free body to use without having to use the Albaz, because you don't really want to send this guy to the grave because Ecclesia can't grab him from the grave. But Dark Dragon can grab him from the grave. But I feel like using Ecclesia for it is better. So I think I want a second one of these. I don't think I want this card. I also think I want a third Hop Ear. We gotta craft that though. So third Hop Ear. Because there was just like so many hands where we could have done something if we had a Hop Ear, right? So what are we thinking about Ecclesia? I don't know. Let's move on to the other obvious thing. I don't see the point of running Searing Dragon. Maybe there's like some obvious dark monster that they're trying to get rid of. But I can't think of it. So I'm getting rid of Searing Dragon. Also, did this give me... No, it's just that. The question is, do we replace it with like Rindbrum? Is Delta good? Not exactly, but Delta summons Driver, which can be used with Hop Ear. So that's kind of the reasoning behind that. So what does White Dragon summon exactly? It has to be an Ecclesia monster, so it can't be Fleur-de-Lis. Also, how does this deck deal with Liger Dancer? It doesn't at all, right? This deck just can't deal with Liger Dancer, which I think is probably just what's going to have to be the case. Because there's no good way for us to make Titaniclad against the Liger Dancer anyways. So I don't think that's going to work out. But like, I think Rindbrum is just way better than Searing Dragon. But do I actually want Rindbrum? Because like, I was running it with this like bare bones branded package earlier, and I wasn't really ever using Rindbrum. But it does give you another way to go into Albaz, especially if you have to dump the Albaz to the graveyard. I do really like only having 2 of the Fallen and the Virtuous. I think that's nice. Yeah, the thing about Delta is, like, we're running Gamma, so I kind of feel like we have to run Delta because we're running Gamma, because I really don't want to just run Gamma and Driver, right? Because obviously Gamma was good enough when it was at 2 for people to run it, but then when it went down to 1, people stopped running it, right? Because this is a pretty bad ratio to have a completely dead card for this. So I kind of feel like obligated to run Delta. I did misuse Delta a lot, though. I think in most of those cases, I should be trying to use Delta first. I ashed instead of using Delta, but I think Delta is a lot more situational than Ash, so I should be Deltaing first. But yeah, there was very few situations where Ecclesia did anything. And the one time it was gonna do something... Actually, did we win that duel? That was the one we timed out, but we were going to win. I did mess up at the end, but I think we were still gonna win. But Ecclesia did kind of win that duel. But we randomly drew into her. It's not like we searched her or anything. And I think if I had maybe gotten something else, then it would have worked too, but maybe I'm mistaken. I'm not sure. But, like, 2 cards need to go, right? I think Ecclesia's gotta go. And then, like, I'm kind of tempted to get rid of the Albaz, honestly. This guy's in our hand every single duel, and most of the time he doesn't do anything. But he does usually force out a negate if I do use him. The problem is like, against Radiant Typhoon, he's not even activatable. I guess with Rindbrum he might be activatable? Yeah, with Rindbrum he's actually activatable. Because, like, you can't summon with the Radiant Typhoons unless they have their extra deck monster, which I kind of prevented them from wanting to go for the extra deck monster. And you can't summon Dogma against Typhoon because you can't use a light or dark on your side of the field. It just doesn't work. So what's one more thing that we could take out? I kind of feel like 2 Welcome Home is good. And also, do we want to add any of the other stuff that I was talking about? Like the Dogmaticas. That's not how you spell that. Dogmatic. That's also not it. Hick. Like, it would be pretty funny if we were running, like, Thunderbolt and Knighted. Maybe 2 Knighted and 1 Thunderbolt to make Chaos Angel on their turn with Hopier. Like, that'd be pretty legit. But, like, this doesn't actually negate something unless you have the Thunderbolt in hand. So maybe that's not good enough. That sounds like something that's probably not good enough. The other question is the Heck of Hands card. But, like, what are we making with this? Like, yes, we could probably summon it. Yes, we could steal something from their graveyard. That might be important to them. I would say that Cool Tune is a little bit different, right? Because Cool Tune can actually use the Gamma for something, right? Like, the Gamma in your hand can still be used for a Synchro Summon. Whereas in this deck, the Gamma cannot be used for anything. We can't even summon it, right? Except, I think, like, we could maybe summon it with this from the graveyard. But, I think Cool Tune's a little bit of a different situation. Also, I didn't run Gamma at all in Cool Tune. I didn't want to do that. But I could see the reasoning for it. I just think that because Cool Tune can also use it, that it's a different story. So, hold up. What other synchro 9s is what we're looking for? Is there any other cool synchro 9 we could make? Like, I looked it up. I don't remember seeing anything. Like, that's not makeable. Because the Heck of Hands card is dark, right? I already forgot. Pretty sure it's dark. Can't make that. Can't make that. Can't make that. Like, it has to be 2 monsters, right? We could make Chao Fang, but that doesn't do anything. It needs, like, a Yang Zing card. We want cards that actually do stuff. This is not a Dark Dragon Synchro. So that, you can't do that. Can't do that. Can't do that. Can't do that. We could make Yoko. Does he do anything? Oh, it has to be special summon from the grave. That's not gonna work. Has to be a machine. The Heck of Hands is an illusion, so that won't work. Could make Charles, but we don't really use equip cards. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Oh, this is the other thing that possibly could work. Shen Shen. Shen Shen can mess a lot of people up. But the problem with Shen Shen is it's only cards sent from the field. So, like, Shen Shen insta-kills Cool Tune. Well, no, they could still send stuff from the hand. Like, they could Synchro Summon from the hand, right? And then that's not banished, so then it would activate. I feel like if you're running the Heck of Hands, you're probably running Shen Shen. I don't know. Maybe this guy is good enough. Is there anything else? Like, this doesn't do anything, right? You get equipped 3 equips. Mistworm, not summonable. I was gonna say, like, doesn't this guy do something cool? Yes, he does. However, it's not summonable like this. That's not summonable. Vermilion Dragon Mech's not activatable on our opponent's turn. FA Motorhome Transport. What a card. I guess like one of the only other good cards is Croco Dragon, and I'm not discarding 2 cards for this. You would only be drawing 1. Yeah, you'd only draw 1, and then you'd have to discard 2. That's probably not worth it. So, like, the only 2 I could think of are Croco Dragon and Shen Shen. This is interesting, actually. Navy Dragon Mech? You'd get at least 1 negate out of it, right? But it's the problem is it's on a separate chain. So then you're like trying to predict when they're going to have a card that they want to activate. I feel like that's too difficult to use effectively. And then like everything else doesn't really do anything, right? This has to be a level 9. Okay, well that probably won't work then. So yeah, what would we change? Like, maybe get rid of the Rindbrum, because like I said, it's probably not being used that much. But is the Shen Shen worth it? Is the real question. And then we'd have to run the Heck of Hands stuff, which means we'd have to even change this more. Let's first see, what can we take out to get this back down to 40? Like, what if I took out the Gamma, Delta, and Driver, played 2 Heck of Hands, switched out the Rindbrum for Shen Shen? Is that crazy? That sounds kind of crazy, not gonna lie. Like, I can't decrease the number of starters we have. We already don't have that many starters compared to most decks. Do I just really not run this? Maybe I just really don't run the second one. Like, as much as in the situations where I wanted it, I could have just summoned Albaz instead off of the Dark Dragon, and then just used the Dark Dragon on my opponent's turn to get the Albaz back, instead of doing, like, White Dragon into Ecclesia into Albaz, right? So maybe one is the play. I'm getting too caught up with the second one that's not actually useful. So yeah, then the question is, like, is the Hecka Hand stuff good? Would I rather run, like, 3 Godos instead of this? The Psy Frames? Because there's no other good Psy Frames, right? Like, Cooltoon doesn't run any of the other Psy Frames. They're all useless. Oh, I was like, what? What do you mean there's no Psy Frames? Like, all the Psy Frames are bad, right? This isn't even like a real Psy Frame. This just does something completely different. Delta's the spell card. This guy's the trap card. This one isn't even a disruption. This adds a Psy Frame card, though. This one's so bad. But I guess it does search a Psy Frame card. And then this, does it at least negate the attack? Oh, it destroys the attacking monster and ends the battle phase. That's not that bad, to be fair. But he's level 1. Why is this guy level 1? This guy's also level 1. The level 2s are so much better. Okay, so I don't think... the running more Psy Frames is probably not the play. I don't think I want to run 2 Delta either. I don't know. Do we start with this and then consider swapping out the Psy Frames for Hecka Hands? And then running Shen Shen if we do that? Hold on. Let me just make sure. Shen Shen's really makeable, right? He's definitely makeable like that. When your monster declares an attack, you can return one banished monster to the owner's graveyard. How does Albion work? If this card is in the graveyard because it was sent there this turn. If Albion were to get banished by a Bestial, and then Shen Shen returns it to the graveyard, does that count as being sent to the graveyard? It should, right? You could banish 2 other monsters from your graveyard with different original types from each other. Types and attributes, which we should be able to make happen. We got a lot of different types and attributes, especially because all the elf notes are bringing different attributes, so we just need like 1 of the dragons. And then we could summon Shen Shen back. So like making Shen Shen on our opponent's turn, not gonna lie, the reason I'm so obsessed with Shen Shen is because he's one of my favorite cards. I get that he's like an obnoxious floodgate, but he looks so cool. Like, this is one of the coolest artworks in the game. I love this guy. It's just, like, amazing coloring. He looks really cool. I already like the virtual world, like, style of cards to begin with. I would really love to make a deck that uses Shen Shen. But let's take it slow. Hecka Hands. Let's take it slow. And see how this works. Because the other thing about Godos is there's no guarantees that Godos will be summonable. It's just highly likely, right? Like, most people are adding a card to their hand outside of the draw phase. And then most people are going to be upset about this. Hold up, one more thing. Is Shen Shen monsters? Need cards sent from the field. See, I feel like this could be pretty decent against, like, Odeon or something as well. Because Odeon's not going to activate enough cards for this guy to be live. But Shen Shen could maybe mess up Odeon's stuff. I don't know. We'll think about it. I'm very intrigued to try that. The other question would be is like, can we find a way to just keep the Psy frames and instead get rid of something else? Like maybe the Perulias, but I'm really liking Perulia right now. Just like get rid of both Perulias, only play 2. Because the weird thing is the guy who built this deck, he only played 2 of the... Like, he was playing 2 of a lot of things, right? Like, he's playing 2 Psy frames. You don't count the driver, which I don't, because it doesn't summon itself. He was playing 2 Welcome. He's playing 2 Fallen of the Virtuous. He was playing 2 Hop Ear. And then he's playing 2 Fua, 2 Perulia. And those are kind of the only things you're forced to play. I guess he's playing 2 Druisworm. You could maybe argue that you only need to play 1. But also, like, if I'm getting rid of 2 Perulias, why am I not just playing 2, why am I not just playing 2 Baldrakes, right? A Baldrake's pretty good as well. Or why am I not playing a 3rd Druisworm and a Baldrake? I think because the Hecahan stuff would be funny. That's the reason. Okay, we're going to try this list. And we'll keep the Hecahan stuff in mind. And possibly consider swapping out 2 Perulia and switching the Rinbrum. I need to carefully watch what we're making in the extra deck. Because we didn't make Silvera a single time, right? Maybe this needs to go. I also love Silvera. Like, Silvera's art is so cool as well. Although, when the card is small, like here you could clearly see it, but when it's small like this, for some reason I always mistake it for the staff that she's holding has like the wolf head on the end of it, when in reality the wolf is just behind her. So, but yeah, we didn't summon this card at all, and like the only use cases for summoning it are with Shooting Riser, which we didn't get to make this play a single time. And even then, like, do we even care about making Silvera from there? We need to see what's used more, Rindbrum or Silvera, right? Because Searing Dragon wasn't used at all, and Silvera hasn't been used at all either. So we just need to see which one gets used more. Also, we haven't used this yet, but I think this actually has, like, use cases. So, anyways, I'm going to fill up my water one more time, and then we'll get into some ranked. Okie dokie. Well, let's get into it. And hopefully we could start to see, like, if the changes we made are good or bad, or... The bad thing would be to see multiple Hop Ear squadrons, right? That could be kind of unfortunate. But the good thing about that is, since we don't really have any normal summons in the deck, normal summoning Hop Ear is an option, technically, to try and make stuff happen, which could get us into, like, a Dark Dragon, say, so... Anyways. Yo, what's going on? And welcome back to some more Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. In the last one, we were playing in the World Championship Qualifier, and we showed off a deck list that I found, which is a going second Elf Note list. Now, we made a few changes to it, but not too much. But essentially the idea is we're summoning monsters on our opponent's turn, like the Bestials, like Regina, or using the Psy frames to summon Driver. And then we're using Hop Ear Squadron on our opponent's turn to add more disruptions on top of these cards that hopefully already disrupted our opponents a little bit, right? And then other than that, it's Elf Note, but we took out Medius, we took out Theorealize, and for going first, we have Spell Canceller, which... we could search with stuff like Shooting Riser and then summon it back with Baron and yada yada yada. We still have branded stuff. I was heavily considering running 2 White Dragon, but we had 41 cards, so I got rid of the second one. I did switch to 3 Hop Ears, because I felt like we just didn't see it enough. I wanted to see Hoppier more to actually be able to make these cool plays. Because a lot of times, like, we got, how many is it? 8 cards that could summon something on our turn, or on their turn. And we just wouldn't have Hoppier with it. So it's like, yeah, we get to summon something, but then we don't actually get to make a follow-up play on top of that. So that's why I went for the 3rd Hoppier. And I'm still considering possibly throwing some Heka hands into this. We did change up the extra deck to get rid of the Searing Dragon. I just think that Rindbrum is just objectively better than Searing Dragon. I could be wrong. Maybe there's a specific use, but I didn't see it. But Rindbrum is also potentially on the chopping block because I don't know how often we're even going to be able to use it. And Silvera we didn't use last time at all, but I do see the potential to use it. It just never happened, right? So we'll see. If neither of these get used, I got some more ideas that we can do, but this is what we're going with for now. We're back into ranked. We've been struggling in ranked a lot lately. We really only went to this deck because we've been going second so much. So hopefully this is the cure to that problem because our going second is now immensely stronger. But it does make our going first kind of awkward. We had a lot of duels where we just didn't have anything to do going first. But then passing, like, we still usually have a hand that can do stuff when we just pass. It just depends, like, if the opponent, like, how vulnerable the deck our opponent has to what we're playing, right? And this is kind of a bad hand. We got Droll, and that's it. This isn't even going to be a good Droll. Because they're probably going full Fiendsmith play. Yeah, this is going to be Fiendsmith. That's unfortunate. This hand is pretty weak to that as well. But we want to Droll, because it at least keeps them off of 1 Elf Note search. But I think with Tinia, they should be able to get to... Yeah, they should have everything. Like, they'd have to misplay to not get Fortuna, right? This guy's playing pretty questionably with constantly putting cards in the middle here. Like, what if I stopped you? It's almost like he's trying to bait me to try and stick something in the middle. It seems like he's just running a minimal Fiendsmith package, though, so he's probably just going Caesar. No Desiree. So here's Baron. I think this is going to be slightly too much. Unfortunately, like, our deck didn't really give us the stuff to make plays on our opponent's turn, right? I don't think we're going to be able to break this board. Especially because neither of these are light or dark. And we can't chain block the Albaz anyways. So I don't think we can get all the effects out of the Caesar. He's making Chaos Angel as well. I think we can't do this. It's too much. Chaos Angel is going to be unaffected. It's too much. We can't beat that. We needed a significantly better hand. Which we could have had, right? If we had, like, real cards. That I think that would have been very winnable if we had, like, a single Bestial. Plus Hoppier. This better not be a cheater. Okay, it actually started. I get so tired of people who cheat like that. That might be Max C. Or, I mean, the game took a while to load in. Maybe he's just got a slow computer. I think we just make Baron. And then Perulia. The good thing about Perulia compared to Fua is Perulia can tribute from Welcome Home to make Regina. He has Ash. I would probably negate it if he had Ash to that. Should I go Lucina or Fortuna? I think I'm gonna Lucina. Like, we know he has Ash. So I'm kind of just, like, forcing him to be, like, do as many things that are ashable as possible because he's just waiting for the welcome home, right? And if not, like, he could Ash the Regina, I guess. Like, this is a pretty good Ash. He's not Ashing it. Do I take Fortuna right now? Either way, I can get to Fortuna easily, right? Unless he has something to negate the Baron. Should I just go Fortuna right now? Just in case he's trying to, like, bait me into not getting Fortuna somehow? Like, maybe he has Nibiru. And if he has Nibiru, then he's just trying to bait out the Baron. Is there any way... if I could make Dark Dragon... I don't think it's possible to make Dark Dragon, though. To get a Chaos Angel. Actually, it is, but I have to use the Fortuna to do it. This guy's got Sky Striker sleeves, so I think it'd be a safe bet to... What do you have bigger stats? I guess it doesn't particularly matter. Safe bet to Spell Canceller, but I was going to do that either way. And we could actually chain block the Riser with the Regina, so he's not even ashable either. Okay, this is the first time we've actually made this play. Where are you at? You're right there. And now we can do Dark Dragon stuff. Dude, this is... Actually, we already have the Fallen and the Virtuous. I was gonna say this is a situation where we would maybe summon the normal Ecclesia. But we actually don't even need to, just because of random luck. I don't really want to... I could banish the Shooting Riser, actually. Do I want to do that? Then I can make Chaos Angel. Then I miss out on the Druid Worm effect. Let's do it. And then the Baron will be unaffected by monster effects. Oh, the one thing I didn't do is I didn't make Strelitzia, huh? Usually I just, like, make it, but I got so obsessed about playing around this Ash that we didn't actually make it. It's not a huge deal. I don't think it's actually going to affect anything. Should I just do this anyways to get this Albaz off the field? Let's do it. Here, if he's had Ash this whole time, just Ash me now, huh? Do it. You saved Ash for this, surely. No, he doesn't even want to do it. He saved his Ash this whole time and he doesn't actually want to do it. I can't summon Regina, right? There's no way I can actually make Strelitzia here still. I should have put it in the middle and immediately Tiniad. So maybe in this deck, we don't want to put the Baron in the extra monster zone, because the Baron's going to summon something in the main monster zone. Called by. Okay, that tells me that he really needs this to work. So we'll Baron, because Baron's going to leave anyways. And then we have the trap card to protect another potential thing that could protect this. Shoot. I didn't really plan that through, but I guess we don't need this Tinia. He has more. Droplet after all that. Ooh. Wait, did he send a monster? He sent Ash. Oh. That sucks. I was gonna Regina and then pop the Baron with... that's unnecessary. I was gonna Regina pop the Baron with the Fallen and the Virtuous. He still has an activatable card, huh? Which might be Linkage, which means I really want a Tinia before he could do anything. Visions. So we know that whatever 2 cards are left are probably going to be pretty good, right? So we definitely want to rip one with Tinia and then see where we're at. And we still have Fallen in the Virtuous as well. He had to invest so much to stop that spell canceller because he's playing... Yeah, we got the linkage. I mean, but, like, if the card is linkage, which I thought it was, even if we hit the other card, the linkage is not activatable, right? Like, linkage requires both of them. And obviously the other one wasn't a quick play. Otherwise, I think he had to activate in response to Tinia activating. We'll never know what that last card was, but we can assume it wasn't Engage, because I think he would have kept playing if it was Engage. And it was probably not a quick play, because otherwise he could have emptied his hand on the activation of Tinia. Okay, this is a very bad hand. Okay, thank you. Yeah, you don't want to see both power patrons and no monsters to special summon. We got lucky, got bailed out on that one. But yeah, I think a lot of people are going to, like, panic when they see that Spell Canceller's coming out. Because I think it's just, like, it completely kills Sky Striker. They can't even play the game if it hits the field. It should do a lot of damage to Branded. Maybe? Maybe not, actually. Cool Tune is going to be hurt by Spell Canceller being on the field as well. Shifter. There's nothing I can do about that. I'm trying to figure out if I want cards in my graveyard or not, because I could activate this right now to make sure I have cards in my graveyard. I think no. The other issue is I'm not going to be able to Magnemite here, probably. Depending on what they do. Okay, this can summon, right? Oh, no. First of all, it adds to the hand, so it wouldn't even be a summon from the deck. But he doesn't have that, so it's just a search. Now, does Martha summon from the deck on activation, or does she... Yes, she summons from the deck right now. Ooh, there's Ash as well. So we don't want to Magnemite until the normal monsters are gone, right? Because otherwise they just get free summons. What percentage? I mean, most games end after turn 1. It's pretty hard to play through turn 1 boards. You need, like, enough disruption. What percentage? People generally don't leave immediately, unless they just literally don't have a playable hand at all. Holy. But I'd say a good deal of matches, at least they're definitely over after turn 1. Whether or not the other player still tries to play is another story. Like, there is some skill in knowing that you just don't have a chance, but sometimes you could still bet on your opponent misplaying. Do I want to Ash this? Surely I just wait for the bigger ones. I forgot. Like, the big ones, you either Ash Martha or you Ash Betrayal, right? So we're going to try and Ash Betrayal. But I think he could make Carmel. Wait, you made this with no Exo-Sisters. Oh, you could still detach even if you made it with no Exo-Sisters? When your opponent activates... from your opponent's hand to their graveyard. I could stop that from working. and then Ash when the betrayal is coming. Because he only has one singular card, and I have 2 banishes, which he needs to negate one, otherwise Carmael no longer works, right? And he's obviously searching Betrayal right now. And Betrayal we have to negate. You're not searching Betrayal? Are you stupid? There's no way! Do you already have it in hand? Why did you not activate it already? I guess he really wanted to have Carmael, but why not do it before this then? Now I'm like, I don't know what to do. I think I have to do this now. And then we have to, he has to activate this pretty much, because he wants Shifter back in his hand. I think. Really? That's crazy. I didn't expect him to allow that. Okay, so now Carmael's effect doesn't do anything, right? He doesn't have Betrayal either? What are we doing here? Does he just not need it? Like, either way, even if you're not using Betrayal, you still want the Betrayal, right? Because Betrayal is really good. But I guess since he shifted, Betrayal is not actually going to do anything on my turn? Okay, so which trap card did he search earlier? He has both the trap cards, but what does the other one do? I don't remember. Where was it? Where are you, trap card? Here. Okay, so this is summon 2 Exo Sisters. And you can Xyz summon with them. And Returnia is... probably banish a card most of the time. So, unfortunately, Magnamut's not activatable now. And do you have to go to the graveyard? Yes, you have to go to the graveyard. Highly unfortunate. I assume that Carmael is not activatable because he has no way to get a card into his graveyard, right? He's ashing that. That makes sense. Now the problem is I can't chain block my Black Rose. Ah, this is so awkward. Fallen in the Virtuous isn't activatable. Oh, wait. Welcome Home is not activatable either. I'm now realizing. And if I summon the Power Patron, then he's gonna... Hold up, let me read this again. He can't Xyz summon, actually. So he can't banish. So, like, he loses everything here. I don't know what the last card he has in hand. But I know that Exo Sisters doesn't really have a whole lot of recursion. What did we just do? Yeah, okay, he lost everything. And we still have Ash. Yeah, maybe I should have just immediately summoned it with the Druis Worm, but I thought he would react. But then I realized he had no reaction. Yeah, I kind of misplayed. I should have just immediately summoned with the Druis Worm, and then I would have at least had some plays still. But there's no... he shouldn't be able to play through all this. He's got nothing in the grave. Everything's banished. And then I have Magnemite and Ash and Fallen of the Virtuous. Feather Duster. Well... guess I'm activating this. Okay, so now we have Ash. Like, what is this? Is this betrayal? No. This is literally the Ash that we saved the whole time. Great, that was pretty good, right? Like, this could have been Martha. He's gonna surrender off of that. I think he just Alt F4'd. But he could have had Martha off of that, and then, like, been in a decent spot. Although, a lot of his cards are banished, which hurts a little bit, but... and I can't actually... I wouldn't want to banish... I would wait, activate Albion in the end phase, then banish it with Magnemite, to then also activate Magnemite in the end phase, and then win on our turn. Wait, he didn't actually Alt F4? What are you gonna do from this position? Typhon, I guess? No, no Typhon. Ooh. Why is Albion not activatable? This gets to go back before I can Magnemite. Because this is a public trigger. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I can't. I'm not going to be able to do the play that I wanted. Oh, he's out of there. Yeah, because that's a public trigger, and the public triggers don't chain there. They all activate one at a time, so I didn't realize that card goes back to hand, but I guess it makes sense because it's the spirit. But I think I was still at a fine spot, right? I just don't get my free Magnemite search that I was going to get. So that was a duel. Like, we went second. We really messed him up, even though he shiftered us, which shifter's supposed to just stop our deck altogether. But yeah, it turned out that because we got the shifter out of the graveyard, Carmel was not activatable. Okay, he's got Imperm, Fua. Never mind. So I think we still go for this play, make the Baron for 2. We give him 2 draws to make Baron. We already have Fortuna. It's gotta be this. It would give him way too much to make Spell Canceller as well, so I think that's probably not worth it. But we have a lot, right? We gave him 2 draws. And we have Baron, we have Maxi, we have Druis Worm, we have Fallen of the Virtuous, and we'll have the Trap card. He just drew a Bell, I'm guessing? Or he drew Canines. He does have Canine sleeves. But if he goes Canines, I would probably just Fallen in the Virtuous. Mess up his Canine play. I think he was thinking about Canines. I can't imagine that he was thinking about Bell, right? There's no way belling a Regina is that tempting. Am I normal summoning anything? Probably not. So I could just grab Tinia first. Ooh, for one more summon, I could make the Spell Canceller live, huh? I just realized it's only one more summon. Or like one more draw. I think we want to be in defense. Do I really try and go for the Spell Canceller? It seems like it might be worth it. And then I could always use the Shooting Riser to make another Baron, actually. I wonder... No, there was no... Well, there kind of was. If I'd used the trap, I could have made Strelitzia first. No, that's probably not worth it. Ash. I think I negate that. He just drew this Ash, I believe. Maybe not. Maybe he could have drawn it a few times ago. I think I negate that. So we're in an awkward spot because I don't have another elf note. It's cool too. So this is what he was thinking about the whole time. I could have max seed there. What are we making? Okay, that's kind of unfortunate. It's actually really bad for us because the Baron's gonna die now, and there's nothing I can do about it. Really? We actually just, like, died for this. Is there anything better I can send now? Okay, so whatever he targets with this, I'll just tribute with the trap to negate the maker. We got Dark Dragon as well. That kind of sucks, but I think we weren't going to be able to make it anyways. I don't think I want to make this right now. I could just make Black Rose on his turn, potentially. Oh, I should have maxed Seed immediately. That was a mistake. Now I gave him the option to immediately Synchro Summon. I think I negate this with the trap. That's a lot to give him 2 draws. Oh wait, I can actually just like win out big here if he doesn't have a response. So then we're going to tribute the trap as much as it sucks. I think we have to. Because we're going to Black Rose anyways. Then I think we max C here as well. Okay. Well, that gets rid of a card. So that's probably good enough. And then we're gonna spin the Maker back, rip a card from hand, and then we'll have Black Rose to still go into. And we want to make sure we use the Regina for that. We'll do that in a second. Ooh, we got the field spell. Oh, he's out of there. The field spell was maybe his only extension still. Was there anything else we could make besides Black Rose there? Probably not. I think Black Rose is the only play. We make sure to make it with Regina, so Regina comes back. And then we'll have a Regina play, because we could just summon Druis Worm on our turn and then normal summon Regina. But yeah, he really got us stopping that Spell Canceller from coming out. I don't know why he ashed the Shooting Riser. Maybe because he figured that our turn was pretty much over? Or maybe he knew something like Spell Canceller was coming? Okay, it doesn't seem like he has Ash. So I think we do want to make sure that we make Strelitzia before we make Shooting Riser, because otherwise we miss out on an extra activation or extra Power Patron usage. And so I'm gonna swap Baron to now being over here because it's trying to summon Spell Canceller, and Strelitzia will go up here instead now. And then search Tinia, but we already know he doesn't have Droll, but still Tinia is the better play. I wonder if I should have instead made Baron with the Fallen of White Dragon. Do I tribute the Albaz here? The regular Albaz? Which one? I think I'm still gonna use this, right? I could use it to make Dark Dragon later. Like, what would we even make with Hop Ear on their turn? I guess we could make Silvera. Is Regina really the best thing to tribute? That can't be right. I can't be convinced that Regina's the best thing to tribute. We'll still be able to make it with the Shooting Riser, right? Nibiru? Seems like he has Nibiru. Which could potentially be bad for us. Because if he also has something to negate Baron... But maybe he's like baiting? Because we summoned way more than 5 times, and that was the first time something was activatable, right? Here we go. Do I normal summon you? I think I want a special summon so I get the Fallen and the Virtuous. Because we're just going to make Dark Dragon anyways. It's light and light. If we made Chaos Angel with that on their turn, that'd be kind of interesting. But we could still do that, actually. We're going to go ahead and summon Albaz here. And so now we can make Silvera out of that. Maybe it's Bell? Is that what this is? Okay. I need to remember because I'm so used to always clicking through Baron on that, but... And they're just straight up allowing it. So I could make another Baron, actually. I want you in attack. I can make Baron with these two now. Are you Sky Striker? You got Sky Striker sleeves. You are Sky Striker. Okay, so Silvera doesn't do anything against this guy. He has priority to activate Ray. He's not activating Ray. He'll activate Ray if I went for Silvera. Obviously, he activates Ray in response to that, so I just have to go for Baron is the most logical play. But yeah, okay, Spell Canceller against Sky Strikers is very rude. Because, like, what's the best play he can make there? Go into 0, and then 0 activate to pop a card? But, like, okay, you get to pop one... Well, I guess he could pop the Spell Canceller. So if he did do that, but then he doesn't get to search with 0. And then I have a Baron. Like, the second I activate Riser, it's over, right? And I was going to activate Riser in response to him activating Ray anyways. So I was going to have a Baron to negate the 0 no matter what, and I assume every other card in his hand was dead, so... It really didn't matter what he did there. I think he was completely checkmated. Okay, this hand is pretty bad unless we could draw something off of Fua. Leon S. Kennedy. Alright. Like, I have to do this? We might lose this one. This is a pretty bad matchup for us, especially with no activatable cards. I think we just get out of here. We got 2 dead cards in hand, and Regina probably won't be able to do anything. That's just unlucky. Yeah, Radiant Typhoon is probably one of our hardest matchups, because the Bystials suck against it. It's not really affected by Fua at all. Like, hardly. I mean, I guess if we have, like, one of the Psy-frames in Hoppier, that would be pretty good. Or, like, Regina in Hoppier, that could be pretty good. But outside of that, having the Driver in hand and the second Fallen and the Virtuous is highly unfortunate. What do you read exactly? Well, let's activate this. Did this do anything by being tributed? Oh, it could tribute from the hand, so returning that back to the hand doesn't accomplish anything. This is kind of unfortunate. I think they're probably going to get to do whatever they want now. Droll. Okay, hold up. He's desperate. Obviously very desperate. We gotta make a play to return a card to hand. Can you only tribute Drytrons? One other Drytron monster. So if I return the Droll to hand, which is awkward because then he could use the Droll. But I think we gotta. Let's go defense. What did I get burned by the other day? Oh, it was... I got burned by the Fluanderees for not going in defense. So hopefully this last card in hand wasn't a Drytron card, which it wasn't. Okay. Yeah, that Droll summon looked really desperate. We're still going second a lot, so I guess I don't regret having the going second deck. I just don't understand why we're going second so much. It feels like we're going second a disproportionate amount of times. We have Ash, Fua, Druis Worm. Actually, against that... Like, there's no reason to activate, right? Because the Lupus can't summon until we activate a card. Now, if he has more, then we gotta activate. Okay, he's got nothing. That's the big disadvantage to K9. If your opponent just doesn't activate anything, then the Lupus can't even be summoned. But unfortunately for us, our deck activates in the graveyard a lot, so this Lupus will be activatable. And I can't banish it with Druis Worm, unfortunately. Do I want to go Ecclesia first? It's free. So far, his Lupus is not activatable. I think whatever's activatable is this. This is a bait because we already have Welcome Home in hand. So yeah, it's Imperm. So we baited out the Imperm perfectly. And now we could actually make a free Baron. And we didn't even need that card. The only unfortunate thing is our free card to tribute is Fua. And unfortunately, Fua is Wind. I think once I activate this, he'll probably surrender, though. Maybe not. So we want Lucina, then. He could have Ash, I guess. If he has Ash... doesn't have Ash. Could also have Droll, but that kind of doesn't affect us too much anymore. If he Drolls us here, that would be a little bit bad. He does have Droll. So we just need to get lethal. Are you activatable in the battle phase? No, it's main phase only. Okay, so that does kind of... It depends on what he has in hand, right? Because Druis Worm is summonable. I have to summon Druis Worm because it's not... I need to pop this before I go into battle phase. Which is going to make the Lupus activatable. And I have to negate the Lupus. Okay, here comes that. We negate that with Baron. And that should be lethal. If we wanted to keep going, we would need the Power Patron, but Power Patron's not lethal, so... And then because of how we did that, we could have used Baron on their turn to get Tinia back onto the field. And then we have Tinia rip a card, Lucina spin a monster back, and then Fortuna spin, like if they drew K9. What's that K9 card called? The Case? Case for K9? This one. Yeah, Case for K9. If they drew that, we could Fortuna that back to the hand when they're trying to search. So I think we should have had him completely pinned without activating anything in hand or graveyard on the next turn. I didn't mean to back out there. We still got a little bit of time. Actually, oh, hold on. I'm going to... Okay, cancel. I'm going to fill up my water a little bit. Okay. Yeah, it's so freaking hot that I'm drinking more than a glass of water per episode now. We got Hoppier, but it's not summonable unless we draw some... Oh, what? Oh, it's my turn. Right, I had already passed. Ooh, okay. So, in this case, we can get Baron and the Trap card for one single draw. The question is, do I want to go for that Shooting Riser play? Still? I should, right? Because we also have, what's it called? We also have Hop Ear for their turn. So I think I want Regina. And then just tribute the Welcome Home without using it at all. And then summon Fortuna. Fortuna get the trap card. That's one draw. Then use the Perulia, summon back the thing, make Shooting Riser, drop the Spell Canceller. Yeah, okay. As long as this doesn't get ashed. I guess I could also tribute this for free, because it doesn't actually do anything. Whereas the Perulia could technically do something if I got, like, Nibiru'd. A Havoc Driver in the graveyard is perfectly fine. I could give him one more draw, like 2 more draws to make Strelitzia, or 1 more draw for the Shooting Riser. That's tough. We don't have Lucina. I think we're just gonna go Shooting Riser, just give him only 1 draw. Maybe we need a 12 in here, like the Snake Dragon. Oh, but you have to shuffle back, right? Yeah, you have to shuffle back. So if you don't shuffle back, then... I was gonna say, like, maybe we could use it for a Synchro Summon. Add 1 Radiant Typhoon. I mean, I could summon another Baron to floor, so... I think I negate that. Are they hopefully just dead to the Spell Canceller? It should do a lot of damage, right? But, like, this guy can't do anything. He can attack, though, I guess. So I need to make Chaos Angel, huh? I gotta get rid of this guy, so... Ooh, he has Ash for that, okay. Why is Hop Ear not activatable? Oh, because we're not in the main phase yet. I see. Wait, what did I just activate? Oh, not yet. Ooh, Chaos Angel's not actually summonable off of that? That's really bad. I didn't realize that. Oh, because... Yeah, I understand now. Oh, I just timed myself out. I'm stupid. I wasn't even thinking Chaos Angel requires the non-tuner to be a light or a dark. I misplayed there. I got really confused. What would have been better? I don't really know, honestly. How do I deal with the Phonics? I guess I had to Dark Dragon. I had to Dark Dragon. Well, now we know that the Chaos Angel play is not possible like that. That or... using this guy wouldn't have helped either. Yeah, I'm just gonna get out of here. That was a misplay on my part. I ran out of time. But I think I should have been able to win that. What should I have gone into there? Hold up. It's really just like Dark Dragon make Rindbrum, right? So he can't attack over the spell canceller. I think that's the only play. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it sucks. Radiant Typhoon is like an unfortunately really good counter to the deck, which is what Spell Canceller's for, but unfortunately he already just... Because he got to activate Fua against us, so he already had Phonics in hand. This is really bad. We don't have any activatable cards. Okay, he just ended. Oh my gosh, really? We had to draw Fua? I couldn't have drawn a single Elf Note card here? I think I have to Fua in the draw phase again. Okay, he just goes end phase. I assume he has a ton of hand trap. This is probably Cool Tune if he's dropping Ghost Spell. Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me with these draws? Can I not draw a single Elf Note card, please? Just one. But he's got to have like a full slew of hand traps, right? Okay, this is actually really good. Because Gamma just completely destroys Q. And if he then synchros to follow up, then I can Ash that. Max C, that's very unfortunate. I think I have to Ash that, right? Well, they summon at the same time, so it only gives him one draw. I don't think I'm gonna Ash that. Okay, he did get Synchro. He's probably searching Rotary, so I think I have to Ash this. Hope he doesn't have a second Synchro. Okay, we stopped him. Now we can actually make a play now. Oh my gosh, we drew Lucina. We can make a play with that as well. But he's probably got lots of hand traps, so we gotta be ready for that. He seems to have Effect Veiler, probably, because they probably don't have Imperm. Or he could be thinking about Fua. Although if he's thinking about Fua, I think I just kill him. He might be thinking about Clip, actually. It's probably Clip. I think I just try and surprise lethal him, but I need the Druid Worm. Alright, so I'm gonna try and enter battle. He was thinking about Fua? Why wait till now? So, like, if he doesn't have Clip in hand, I think he's just dead. Ooh, he has that. That was the only card that could stop this lethal, huh? That's really unfortunate. So now what do I do? Okay, he's got Effect Veiler as well. Dang it, like most people don't even run this card. Well, was it wrong to just try and go for lethal like that? Seemed like the correct play. It's like the odds that he has that are very low, right? Do I do this right now? Or do I wait and see if he drew... See if he drew, like, Rotary and try and hit something? Okay. I guess we wait, go with Tinia, hope that we can hit the Rotary. But odds are not looking good. No, we hit Ash. Alright. That's game. That's so unlucky. I can't believe he has the one card in his deck. I bet you he doesn't even run 3 of it either. He probably runs like 1 or 2. Yep, he only runs 2. That was the only card that could stop that play in his entire deck. And most people don't even use it, so I don't think it would be reasonable to play around it. Okay, this is a pretty good hand. He's got probably Ash. Yep, there's the Ash. Oh, wait, oh. I was like, where the heck's Baron on here? Alright, so he can't Ash again. Guess we go Regina, because we don't need Tinia. Give me this. Go Strelitzia. The real question is, do we make Dark Dragon here as well? Like I should make Dark Dragon, right? Because then I can make Silvera. Wait, we could make... Right, because we have a lot of synchros, but we don't want that. Yeah, we could then use the Albaz to make Silvera. And the Ecclesia to bring out the other Albaz. Okay, he's out of there. That's probably too much. Oh, he alt F4'd, I see. Alright, this is probably going to be the last one. But, yeah, since we're using a going second deck, I haven't really been paying attention to how much we're going second, because it doesn't concern me as much. But I feel like today has been a lot more even than it has been in the last few days. Okay, Delta's not going to be usable. We don't have a normal summon. I could, in theory, just grab this. And even if I get drolled, I could just search the summon the Fortuna from the deck. But yeah, we just kind of had everything here. Let's go for this first. We don't even need to welcome home. It's just kind of there for fun. Strelitzia first. So the thing I noticed, though, about putting Strelitzia up there... Like, honestly, all of these monsters that we're summoning are gonna leave the field, so it really doesn't matter what we put in the extra monster zone. Okay, so yeah, I'm kind of understanding now that we want to make the Dark Dragon because that will allow us to make Silvera with the Shooting Riser. Could make that guy, but that seems like a not right now situation. We have both patrons in here? Yes. Go ahead, tribute Regina. Well, we could tribute the Delta. It's not even going to be usable, right? Tribute the Delta. Yeah, but maybe the Shooting Riser should be up here because he's at least going to stay the longest. And that way he's out of the way. I think that's the change that we gotta make. Because at least then Shooting Riser can summon back to the spot that he's already in. Yeah, we can make Silvera, we can make all that stuff. We have a card to pitch. Should be pretty good. Oh, but Dark Dragon needs to come back there, huh? That's not ideal. For sure. Yeah, Shooting Riser needs to be the one up here. And then we can Shooting Riser make Baron again, but... This is... I don't know, like, you know, everyone hates Floodgates, but Using floodgates feels so good, man. When you hit someone with the floodgate and they just instantly surrender. That one was actually we're at like a good time. I don't know why. For some reason, I read these two backwards. I thought we were ranking up in one more game, but we were actually on a 1-win streak, ranking up in 3 more games. But yeah, we'll go ahead and call that there. A little bit better than the past few episodes, and I kind of like what's going on here. I see the Silvera line. I now know why to keep Silvera. I don't know why to keep Rindbrum. So I'm really tempted to get rid of Rindbrum and possibly put in Shen instead, and then see if I can fit in 2 Godos, Hekahans Godos. Maybe for Perulia, but Perulia is not that bad either. I don't like the problem with that is then we are relying on a 2-card combo, right? We need Hop Ear and Godos to make that play. Whereas like Godos is probably the least, well, maybe it's more impactful than a Bestial. And it could be more impactful than a Regina. It just is dependent on what we're playing against. I don't know, it's tough, but this deck is in a decent spot. But the Rindbrum was going to be usable against the Radiant Typhoon players. I don't know. Like, what are we using back-to-back for as well? Are you only activatable once? You change all face-up monsters your opponent controls to face-down defense position. This is not activatable once per turn, I'm realizing. So that means, like... But how would we summon back-to-back? We summon back-to-back. We'd need a Hop Ear, right? It's not possible, I think, without the Hop Ear. Hold on, how do you read exactly? Special summon 1 Stardust, then immediately after this effect resolves, synchro summon using monsters you control. So if you made Silvera using Albaz and Shooting Riser, but then how the heck are we even making this guy? We aren't, right? We kind of have to choose which one we're making. I'm not seeing the point of back-to-back in this deck, actually. Because, like, it would be funny to Silvera someone and then use it to summon a back-to-back. Well, hold up. Actually, oh, no, that doesn't work. If we Shooting Riser with a level 8... like Dark Dragon, then we're obviously giving up resummoning Baron. But if we then make back-to-back, then they activate anything. That doesn't work. Because we'd need Hop Ear again. Hop Ear would be required to make this. Because, like, I was thinking the Ecclesia plus this can make back-to-back, right? But I think every situation requires Hop Ear, so I'm not really seeing what back-to-back does in this deck. There's got to be a line. Like, he was probably playing it for a reason. We'll have to think about it, and maybe we can figure it out. But otherwise, I might get rid of the back-to-back and run Shen if we do run those Hekahans cards. But anyway, so far... You know, this deck has been going pretty well. It's got a nasty turn 1 with the Spell Canceller that kind of just makes people give up immediately because they realize they can't do anything. And, like, otherwise it supports the Spell Canceller pretty well. I just misplayed against that one Radiant Typhoon player. I should have been able to out the Phonics, but I got confused and tried to summon Chaos Angel when it wasn't possible. When I could have just been going Ecclesia. And that was my bad. So now we know that for the future. But yeah, I don't see the way to use back-to-back right now effectively, because like what else are you summoning with back-to-back? Like nothing, right? You could summon the Power Patron, which you're always gonna have, but what are you making with that? Like you probably won't have an 8 because you would need the 8 to make this. So then you wouldn't be able to make this with it. The Shooting Riser. Is this only activatable once per turn? Once per chain. You could resummon the Shooting Riser. Maybe that's what I'm missing. But he does summon at level 7, right? He's not going to be level 2 anymore. So then we'd summon this using that and Shooting Riser. Then we summon back Shooting Riser. And then Shooting Riser... Is this only... It's only when Synchro summons, so he can't lower his level again. Shooting Riser can't make anything, though. I don't think there's anything we can make with the Shooting Riser at level 7. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I don't know what the back-to-back is for. But it would be funny if you hit someone with that twice. Anyways, I'm liking this deck so far. I think we're going to probably play more of it maybe tomorrow. But for now, that's going to do it for this one. Hopefully you enjoyed, and I will see you next time. Okie dokie. I think we're going to wrap up the stream there. We definitely did a lot better today. We're climbing a little bit, and obviously, like, the games feel winnable going second with this deck, right? I do think that, like, the games aren't unwinnable going second with our other decks, but it's just so much harder because you have so many less going second cards. Whereas this deck, you could kind of just, like, blow out your opponent on their turn, which doesn't happen a whole lot. But we do definitely have less turn 1 plays. There's a lot more games where we just can't do anything turn 1, right? And that feels bad. But I think it's just kind of the cost of doing business in this case. Anyways, I think we're going to call the stream there. We'll be back tomorrow, and we'll try and climb a little bit more. Probably using this deck, but if we get bored of it, we'll either change up the deck or we'll use a completely different deck. So anyways, that's going to do it for the stream. Thanks for stopping by. Hopefully you enjoyed, and hopefully I will see you tomorrow. Bye!